Reason for that. Hi, you can hear me now. What happened was, I was just telling you a story about how I spent like a bunch of time this week trying to figure out how to set up audio so that I could actually pipe in the audio from my desktop that I was streaming. And part of what I was doing was I was kind of testing levels, and I turned the level all the way down on my microphone. So when I was just talking to you and y'all couldn't hear me, that was why. So what I was saying when you couldn't hear me talking to you was that I got everything set up. Like you can actually hear things from my desktop, like the Flow app when it dings should ding not just for me but for y'all too. Hey, how y'all doing? So what's so funny is that I pick up y'all because my kid's dad, Adam, he is from Texas, and so like when we were married, he would say y'all, and it is absolutely the best, like inclusive, plural pronoun thing. Anyway, and I love it, but I'm from New York. So whenever I say y'all, it just sounds a little bit disingenuous. But then I've been hanging out with Dr. Kelly Jones for all these years. She says y'all all the time, and it is the best word. So part of me feels like I'm not being genuine, and part of me feels like I'm too old to care because it's a good word. So anyway, so I did all this stuff. I got everything set up, and I think it actually works. I think you'll actually be able to hear my desktop. But what I was saying before, when y'all can hear me, was that I didn't get the royalty-free study sounds, like white noise or whatever, to play during the sessions. So I've got part of the way there, but not the whole way there. So, hi, awesome to see you guys here. I don't even know how many people are here. I know it's on one of these things here. All right, so we've got like about 5 people. I did not like announce it this morning because I kind of just wanted to, hang out, and people who remembered that I've mentioned it throughout the week may show up, but it's only you people because you're special, because you remembered it without me having to prod you. All right, so the other thing I was saying is that I didn't have any time this week, or let's say I didn't make any time this week to get any more work done on my, wait a minute. I have like a general word phrase that I use whenever I stop so that I mark the place where I go, and I just did that search in Word. There it is. All right, everything's fine. I thought I'd lost my place. Nope, this is exactly where I was. All right, great. So anyway, I'm catching on myself. Jack's here. Hi, Jack. Jack's here, everybody. This is Jack Cram. This is the editor of Chipperish podcast. So everybody say hi, Jack. I'm so excited he's here. It's the end of his day out in Australia, but he came in to hang out with us, so that's pretty awesome. So everybody say hi to Jack. So anyway, Jesus, what am I? Okay, so yeah. So basically, I didn't make the time this week to do any additional work on this. It's been kind of a crazy week at work. It's been loads of stuff going on, as there always is. So this week, I am going to make 1 hour a day to work on this book, because if I rely solely on these writing sessions, then I might not get it to Dr. Kelly Jones on time. And let me explain to you what happens if you miss a deadline with Dr. Kelly Jones. I don't know, because I've never done it, because I know better than that. So I don't want to find out. So I'm just going to keep working on this stuff. Everybody in the comments, while I'm sitting here and chit-chatting, everybody who's here, if you can go ahead and share whatever it is that you're going to be working on today, what your projects are. As most of you probably already know, anybody who's here already knows, I'm working on the How Story Works book, which I hope to have out and available for sale in January. And at that point, everything else at Chipperish Media is going to start cranking up. TikTok is going to crank up. YouTube videos are going to crank up. And also, for those of you, I don't know if any of you here don't already get this, but I have a Dear Writer Substack over on at substack.com. It's dearwriter.substack.com, where I drop two posts a week. One is a digest for all of the free people with inspirational writing advice and creative tips and just general stuff. Just whatever's rattling around in my brain at the time. And then on Saturdays, I go super full rattle and just talk about whatever. Like it's sometimes about writing and sometimes it's not. Today's essay that went out was about no big deal, just the nature of reality. I tried to kind of like philosophize about that. And I think that honestly, it's worth $7 a month just to hear me try to make some kind of rational argument about what reality actually is. So, Jack is using the writing sprint today to edit some stuff for me. Yay! So I'm excited. Thank you, Jack. Melissa is continuing work on the novel, still chugging to deadline. Melissa, you're the one that did like the amazing 9,000 word run last week, something like that, right? It was close to that, which was kind of amazing. And Ian is here. Hi, Ian. He is finishing the script for the video today and starting on some personal writing, maybe. Oh, that'll be awesome. I like that. Christina is matting art prints. And for those of you who are unaware, I don't know. Wait, okay, over here. These are paintings that I commissioned Christina to do for me. So Christina, can you share your, website in the chat here, because people should know. And you can buy prints of her, like poster prints. Oh, look, see, I'm very bad with, there we go. I never know where I'm pointing. I have a very bad sense of direction in general, but a sense of visual space when the camera is, it's all weird. So anyway, Beth is writing cat memoirs because why not? Because that's amazing. Because cat memoir sounds amazing. I kind of want to hear about that, a little bit more about that. That's amazing. MG is working on novel revision. That is great, MG. Revision, of course, is when you got to bring out all your narrative theory and then hack through it, which actually is my favorite part. Revision is my favorite part of the writing process. And honestly, I like discovery. I absolutely hate drafting. And on a nonfiction project, revision is also a nightmare because that's what I'm doing right now. But on a fiction thing, I love revision. That is my favorite time. Okay, so Melissa said yes, it was her that did the 9,000 words, almost less. Last Saturday was inspiring and fun. Did it again on Sunday for another 3 hours. Melissa, look at you go. That is amazing. And Melissa says she would read that cat memoir. All right. So I think that we are all sufficiently warmed up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move into the writing sprint thing, and then I'm going to start the flow. And next week, hopefully I will have all this figured out, and then I can figure out how to add some kind of study writing sprint music. It is possible that during the week, I may just run and do a sprint here in front of all of you at the end of the day for an hour or so, just to make sure that I get that hour in, and that I'm doing the editing. So I may be doing these also throughout the week, most likely after my workday ends, which would be probably about 6 o'clock Eastern time. So if you guys are interested in continuing working with me throughout the week, you are definitely more than welcome to pop by. Just keep an eye on the Chipperish, probably the Lani Diane Rich Twitter. I probably won't do this through the Chipperish Twitter. If you're in the Discord chat for Patreon supporters, I'll put it there. And then I'll hop in, and even if 1 or 2 people can join me, it might really help me get some stuff done. Ian, that means I'm probably not going to cook as much this week, but I got to get this done. So, all right. Okay, let's go. Let me do this thing. Ah, okay. All right, did you guys hear the ding? Did it ding for you? All right, I'm going to hit the timer. I'm going to try to stick in the timer, but I have so much fun chatting with you guys. I see that Rose has joined us and is still cleaning up from the mice and is going to have food delivered. And you know what, Rose? I think that that's a really good idea. Oh, no, you're not getting, you're telling us to screw cooking and get food delivered. Well, one of the things that we've been doing, and this is not a commercial, this Home Chef does not sponsor me. Nobody sponsors me. I never do ad revenue, which is why I'm always broke. But anyway, the point being, we've got this service called Home Chef, right, which delivers the food and it's all set and ready to go and it's really easy to cook. And we've been trying to cook from home more often because we do get food delivered, like probably a little bit too much. Like I've got about, I don't know, 10 pounds of food delivery that I've taken on over the last couple of months. So we're trying to like get rid of that extra expense and all of that. And the cooking is good and it's good for us. It's better for us. And it's also, you know, usually pretty good. So Home Chef, I've tried all of the box delivery things and Home Chef is the best. And if any of you are interested, email me because they give me coupons to give to people all the time to get like the first order off so you can at least get, you know, 1 week on the cheap and see how you like it. But anyway, so we've been getting these boxes and it's been really awesome and we've been cooking them, you know, pretty good. We've been pretty good about it. But like, you know, usually one of us at any given time has got a crunch going on at the end of the day, you know, between around dinner time. And so if we're both crunching, then that tends to be a week where we end up losing a meal because it goes bad before we get a chance to cook it. So you know, I like to cook. I actually don't mind cooking when Home Chef does it. I've realized that what I hate is the shopping and the decision making. When the decision making is made for me, when it is take this ingredient that I've given you and put it over here, then I'm better with it. But generally, you know, it's not that great. So, and also like we just finally, like the house doesn't have air conditioning. The downstairs was miserable. So we didn't cook at all over the summer, like at all. It was just gross. So now it's getting cooler and we're in this lovely fall weather that I love so much. Then we can do a little bit more of that. But yeah. All right. Oh, Sarah has joined us. Good morning, Sarah. And Melissa says, I love meal services. I have Sunbasket, and it's my favorite because of the extra pantry choices. Interesting. I don't think I've tried Sunbasket. I did Blue Apron. I did Every Plate. I did the one that I always get confused with Home Chef and think that I do HelloFresh. I think HelloFresh and Home Chef like have this thing, but I haven't tried Sunbasket, so maybe I'll have to try that. But and yes, Melissa says I hate making choices in the grocery. I hate grocery shopping so much. Oh, did you guys hear the ding? Did the ding come through from the? I'm just curious if you are hearing the ding from the desktop. Because I'm just trying to figure out how to do all the audio and making sure that it is actually coming through. It says it's coming through according to my software, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not even sure if my microphone, last week I was trying to use this microphone and it was actually taking the audio from there. But when I hit the mute button, I think that's how I know it's actually working through the right microphone. So I should be sounding better this week. But anyway, yes. Okay, Sarah says, I have a local one, but they have a habit of sending unripe avocados. Well, at least they can ripen. I guess that's better than overripe ripe avocados. It just means you have to wait a little while for it. Jack heard the ding. Yay, thank you. All right, so Melissa had headphones on from the iPad for music. Yes, that is very good. Everybody heard the ding. So yay, so I'm getting that working. And then I'll try to see if I can get some, if I can license some study music or whatever. I used to have this really great like focus, you know, kind of like music, but more like white noise that I really, really liked. And I've had that forever. And I've got it in an MP3 like backed up somewhere, but I have no idea where it is. All right. So Sarah says, I get my groceries delivered and it's so much easier than being there. Yes, I prefer. I was getting my groceries delivered before the pandemic. The last 2 years before the pandemic, I was like, all right, what can I, cut out? And I discovered Instacart. Oh, hey, the break is over. Everything ding. Devin says I sound great. Thank you. I'm using the good microphone this week because I figured it out, I think. Although I honestly don't know with regard to the microphone what I did differently, because the thing that I did for the desktop audio did not really affect the microphone. So I'm not exactly sure why that was happening. But whatever. It's working. So, okay, Beth says I keep wanting to try them and backing out at the last minute. Yeah, grocery delivery is a huge, huge thing, and I hate it. And also, I just hate grocery shopping. Grocery shopping just stresses me out. And now it's even more stressful because, masks and no masks and who's wearing masks and why are they not and yada yada yada. It's just a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, let's not go there because we all have some work to do. I also did 7 pages of editing in that, but I had to go back and redo some of the earlier stuff so I could kind of catch my flow. So I'm hoping to do even more as I go into this writing sprint. So everybody get ready. I am about to hit the flow, and we're going in for another 25 minutes. So let's see how this goes. All right. Hi. How y'all doing? Yeah, I got 2 pages in that run. It's a good 2 pages. There was a lot of stuff that I had to move around. I think that in revision, it's always kind of harder to measure progress in numbers. Because some pages are like, yep, 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 here you go. And other pages are like, oh no, I have to restructure this whole section. But the thing that I'm trying to remember is what I'm going for in how story works. And that is storytelling simplified. That is my tagline for how story works. That is everything that I'm going for. And one of the things that I find myself doing all the time, and while I'm rambling, everybody come in and tell me what your progress was on your thing. While I'm rambling about this, I'm trying to remember that there are a lot of things that I know that my brain instantly gravitates toward the edge cases. So if I'm explaining something to somebody, I go, well, protagonist is the main character through whose POV we are seeing the story, right? But then there are instances where you'll have a scene level protagonist or a subplot level protagonist, or you will have two protagonists in the same book with different stories that are equally important, and both of which have a central narrative conflict, and for which the protagonist of one story may be the antagonist for another, the other main story. It gets really complicated. So even though storytelling is simplified, the complicated edge cases are always in my head. And so when I'm talking about something, I'm always trying to explain all those complicated edge cases. And I'm just now finding myself with the ability to weed out that stuff and remember that my focus is storytelling simplified. I can write another volume of how story works for all the complicated edge cases. What I'm doing now is laying out the basics, and I have to remember that I want this to be the elements of style for storytelling, that this is the basics. This is the first JV level experience in story. So I'm trying to figure all of that out. How are you guys doing? What did you get done? Oh, Sarah says the YouTube audio library has a fair bit of classical. I don't know if I can stream that. I need to find stuff that, like, if I stream it to you guys, that I'm not breaking laws. So I'm just kind of looking for something like that. If I can play something in the background from YouTube, that'd be awesome. But I'm not sure. I haven't researched it enough to know that I'm not like legally like stealing intellectual property or something. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think I don't have this monetized. The stream isn't monetized. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'll figure it out. But thank you, Sarah. I will look into it and see if it's something I can do. Rose says the thing about meal services is that my idea of easy and theirs are very different things. Yeah, I find that Home Chef is the easiest for me. I can follow that. And I am not like a natural cook. It takes me a long time to learn how to cook something. And I think I get very frustrated because I get frustrated when I'm not instantly good at stuff, which is not a good characteristic for me. The idea of like working to get good at something, aside from writing and storytelling, I just don't have the patience for it. So when I try to cook something on my own, like that I've just like memorized a recipe or whatever, like it's usually terrible. But if I follow specific instructions exactly the way that they're laid out by somebody else who has already done everything for me, then I'm okay. All right. Melissa says halfway through a scene and a character said a thing that I didn't plan on and now I have to deal with it. I hate when they do that. Oh, Melissa, that is the very nature of characters. They're like kids. You can create them. But man, once they're out there in the world, they'll just do whatever the hell they want. And there's not much you can do but follow along behind them. Jack finished the piece he was working on. Oh, is that my stuff? Yay. I don't know if it was. I think it was because I was getting notifications in Dropbox that you were updating files and whatever. So, Ian is in the last section of video script. Yay. I hate writing reviews of things I know people like that drive me nuts. Being a killjoy isn't fun. So these tend to be joke heavy. Yeah. I mean, and you're not a killjoy. You're just explaining how you feel about it. I mean, Buffy's tough. Although I think you're doing Angel. Angel's tougher. Angel's amazing. When it's good, it's amazing. And when it's bad, it's so fucking bad. But I think that no matter what, you are going to be delightful and entertaining because that is your job. All right, I just got the thing, but I want to catch up. I got the ding, but I want to catch up on what everybody's doing. Sarah says, sounds like a good reason for footnotes. Yeah, I've been using some footnotes, but the thing is that I think I just need to simplify. I think I just need to be able to say there are edge cases here. I'll go into that in the second book. And then also that gets me, you know, book number 2. If this is a hit, book number 2 is going to be a moneymaker, baby. So I got to think. I got to think about how I want to quit my day job. That's what I got to think about right now. But also, like I really do. The goal of this is just to keep it very, very simple and very, very basic, so that people can understand it. Because when you start getting into all the edge cases, and everything gets confusing, and that was always my problem when I was trying to learn how to write. I was terrified because I'd signed a 2-book contract. One of the books was written, but the other one wasn't. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. That was how I got started learning about story. It's just out of pure imposter syndrome. And so what would always confuse me is I would look at something and be like, yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about this? So I've been doing that for 17 years, and now I know all the what about that. Like, I understand how all of it works. But I think you have to start with the basics. I think you just start with understanding that. So that's what I want to do. Storytelling simplified. That's what this is. I'm not going into all my areas of expertise. I got the rest of my life to do that shit. Now I just got to write this book, keep it short and sweet and to the fucking point. So that's what I'm working on. Oh, and Ian says we could share links in this chat to focus playlists and sounds we use when we write. I listen to rainstorms or ADHD music. That's a really good idea. Yeah, if you guys are listening to something, you can share it here. As long as I'm not streaming it, then that's perfectly legal. And yep, I'm not streaming it, and people get the clicks, so everybody plays, everybody wins. I like that. And Sarah is revising what she has. Oh, so okay, so you're revising a thing. Yay! Jack's working on my stuff, and number 3 is complete. Yay! Thank you. I'm very excited about that. We don't need to be like, it's the Dear Writer podcast version. I've recorded a bunch of them. I'm once again behind. I've got to record those, but Jack is catching up on all the editing for that, so that for those of you who are paid subscribers to the Dear Writers newsletter, the newer episodes, readings of those essays and stuff will be coming out for you. It is a podcast with I think like 26 paid subscribers at this point, something like that. So it's a very, very small base, but I like it. And it's actually, there's something really fun about recording that way. I don't usually do that. I've been doing a lot of, I've got a co-host or somebody that I'm having conversation with, as opposed to stuff that's pre-written and performed. And it's kind of fun performing a little. This the one that I wrote for today, the one where I mess with reality. I'm really looking forward to kind of doing that one. So that's going to be fun. We're not being hush about it, Jack. It's all right. No, we're good. We're good. All right, Jack is going to bed. Good night, Jack. I love you, darling. Have a good night, and thank you so much for getting the stuff done. I love you. All right, I'll be putting those in the feed really soon. And all right, let's go into the next flow. We got another 25 minutes and be rocking this out. All right, let's go. All right. Hi. How y'all doing? Okay. I am slowly making progress today. I thought character was going to be so easy. And then I got into vulnerability and the character triangle. And vulnerability is so complicated to talk about because it's really complicated to write. So I have made in this is what was that our third writing sprint today. I've done 5 pages total. I thought I was gonna whip through this today, man. I'm gonna need to do more of these. Where are you guys? Where are you at? How did you do in this latest writing sprint? I see we have Ken who joined us, and Ken turned 62 yesterday. Happy birthday, Ken! And MG says, to paraphrase a Buddhist quote, the only time I don't like revision is when I am not doing revision. Oh, interesting. Yeah, yeah. Revision can be very intimidating. Once you get into it, though, God, I love it. It's my favorite part. It is absolutely my favorite part. I love when I can take this kind of mess that I've just vomited into a Word document and make something out of it, you know? I think it's just very, very cool for me. So, and I like the process, but I'm finding it frustratingly slow. I really thought I was going to whip through this so much faster. And when I'm writing fiction, I do. This is my problem. I am writing nonfiction. I think nonfiction might draft faster, but it revises slower. I have the opposite experience in fiction, and I'm so used to this process in fiction that I'm not you know, this is just such, it's all new, and how different the experience is between writing, you know, writing nonfiction, especially from a space of expertise, because there is nothing like more confusing than your own expertise, because again, edge cases, I'll go off in a million different areas. And I've never, like, I've spent a long time building up this expertise. But I haven't wrestled it to the ground yet. You know, like when I'm teaching my classes, I go off on these tangents about all the edge cases. I've always done that. And that not what I need. I need to wrestle this whole thing down. So how are you guys doing? What have you been doing? Justin has joined us here from Passion of the Nerd. Thank you, Justin. It's good to have you with us. Covering all the James Bond movies and writing them is harder than I expected. Oh my goodness. So you're covering all the James Bond movies. That's awesome. Writing reviews on them. Yeah, yeah. Reviews are kind of hard. You know, it seems like you're just giving your opinion and that opinions are easy, but they're really not when you start thinking about them at a deeper level. When you start, because the first thing you do is you have an opinion, and then you have to spend the time interrogating that opinion, poking at it and making sure that it stands up to at least a little bit of scrutiny. And that ends up becoming a very long process. Ian is on his concluding paragraph. Yay! Trying to tie all the threads together. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, so Ken came in. He's getting the concept of the writing sprints. Yeah, we just sit in silence. It's like Quaker meeting. We just sit in silence. Everybody's got their music on, and hopefully I'll be able to figure out how to stream some kind of, you know, concentration sounds. I think probably white noise or something like that next week. But yeah, so this is just like solely, Ken, this is just me trying to get a book done. I just need to get a book done, and so I'm asking people to hang out with me while I write. But we are mostly during this process just working, which makes for a boring stream. But if you got something to work on, it's very interactive. It's a group activity, so it's a lot of fun. Justin, now you're on The World Is Not Enough. It's hard to elaborate on the opinion and not overdoing it. Yeah, it's a challenge. I actually have not watched any Bond movies for specific reasons. I've seen the trailers for them, and they're not my thing. But that's okay. Like not everything is everybody's thing. I we have a little movie night that we do, and last night I forced Ian and Jack and my daughter Sarah, the four of us hang out on Friday nights to watch a movie from the '80s called Jumping Jack Flash, which I love. This is a movie made specifically to delight me. It is not a movie made specifically to delight everybody else, as it turns out. And you know what? That's okay. I still had a good time. Um, yeah, yeah. Justin can't be a fanboy or a fangirl. Can't be too long-winded. Yeah, reviews are not that easy. They seem easy from the outside, but they're not. All right, everybody. We're going to dive back in, get another 25 minutes in. I'm feeling the energy. I'm in the zone now. Took me a little while to get into it, but I'm in it. Hopefully you are too. When the dinger dings the next time, go ahead and let me know what you got done in the 25 minutes because I like seeing the progress that you guys are making. All right, and here we go once again. Hi, how y'all doing? Are you getting into your projects? I'm super getting into the project. The 25 minutes now are feeling incredibly short. Ooh, oh, this is supposed to be the long break. All right, now we can chat. I forgot there's a long break in the middle. I think that's probably a good idea. The 5 minutes are just not long enough. So now is a great time to get up, go to the bathroom, refresh your water, whatever it is you need to do. I see that we have some defenders of Jumping Jack Flash. Thank you very much. I like it. I think it's fun. Not everybody I watched it with actually enjoyed it as much as I did, and that's all right. And there's also something too that like when you love something as a kid. I think there was a line. Wasn't there a line from Meg Ryan in You've Got Mail? I think like the reading that you do as a child, it has more impact on you than the reading that you do as an adult. And of course, I know that reading is something that you do with everything, not just books, but every piece of entertainment that you watch and engage in. You're reading that. And it is really powerful. And so Jumping Jack Flash was something I saw, as a kid, and just loved it. So yeah, it's fun and it's funny, and I love Whoopi Goldberg, and I think that she is hilarious, and her outfits are amazing. And honestly, you know how I am about technology. This is chock full of 1980s like thick port connectors technology. She's got a big in one scene she's got a Walkman on her hip, taped to her hip. It's all of it just adorable. So I had a really good time with it, and like I don't fault anybody who looks at it and says not for me. I definitely understand that, but it was really, really fun. Melissa says plot heavy today, so it's going slower but making progress. The thing I thought would derail me turns out to be a good thing. All right, awesome. Yeah, sometimes the characters will do something and it ends up being fun to work with. Justin made progress on his review. That's great. Ian's getting up for a stretch. I think that's really good. Sarah was falling down a research rabbit hole. I hear ya. I had a few things. I'm talking right now in the section that I'm doing about vulnerability. So I was looking up Brene Brown quotes and all of that stuff, and I thought, Dr. Kelly Jones is going to help me make sure that all of my citations are in fucking order. So that's great. So I just said, this is the part where she talks about vulnerability. I'll find it. It's out there somewhere. But I stopped myself from falling down the rabbit hole, which is very, very hard to do. Ken says, 4 verses and a chorus. Darkest song I've written since college. Wow. A little bit less pain is the title of the song. Awesome. Yeah. Sometimes you need to write the dark stuff, and sometimes people need for other people to write the dark stuff for them. So that's awesome. Sarah has not seen Jump Jack Flash, but you enjoy Whoopi. If you enjoy Whoopi, I think that you would enjoy Jumping Jack Flash. I'm sorry, I have this I am an incredible fidgeter. I've never realized what a fidgeter I am, and I know I keep shutting and opening this water, and it keeps clicking in the background. So I don't know if you guys can hear that. But anyway, yes, I recommend Jumping Jack Flash, and I think that it's a lot of fun. And there you go. Everybody likes different things, and that's totally cool. All right, MG says, I'm learning that my deep structural revision extends from the first 2 chapters all the way to chapter 5. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. A structural revision is you're tearing it apart and then you're putting it back together. It's a whole thing, that happens. But yeah. And Sarah says I have 5 tabs open on Rococo Fashion. Yeah, it's fun. I love research. Research is really fun. And plus you learn all of these new things. And then as you're looking at it, it kind of sparks all of these ideas. All right, what am I going to do? I just took a look at my candle. Now here is my writing candle. Let me see if I can... I don't have my... There we go. Wait, whoop. Let me see. I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, wood. There it is. Woodwick Wood Smoke. I love this candle, and it's really, really hard to find. Um, I can't get it where I used to get it, and it is. You can see I'm getting right to the edge of it. But for those of you who work on creative projects or whatever, having like a candle that you burn. Ooh, there's some sound coming from that wood wick. That's the whole point. It's supposed to kind of sound. It's a wood wick. I know that's surprising considering the name of the thing. But anyway, so having like a scented candle or some kind of smell that you have with your writing can sometimes be really helpful. I find that like I tend to burn this candle when I'm working on something, and it gets me a little bit more in the zone. So I'm going to go ahead and let that burn. But anyway, it's really fun. I think vulnerability is probably my favorite part of the discussion on character, because vulnerability it's so important to interpersonal connection. And when I heard that Brene Brown TED Talk in like 2010, 2011, it opened up my entire, like all of my character work is basically based on Brene Brown and her theories of vulnerability and how incredibly powerful that is in connecting with other people and feeling safe with other people, But the thing about vulnerability is that it can be really difficult to write, because the defining characteristic of vulnerability is that these are the things that we hide. They cause us pain. They make us feel bad about ourselves, and they make us feel insecure. And so we don't share our vulnerabilities with other people. So when you're writing a character and that character will not go near their vulnerability, how do you write their vulnerability? And a lot of times it's in the things that they avoid. Part of what engages us in vulnerability is the puzzle and the mystery of it, especially as readers. We see just this little hint of weirdness when a character gets near a thing, and then we're like, okay, I get it. Like you think about in watching The Office, right? If you watch the American version of The Office with Steve Carell, that there is, I think in the first episode, we know that Jim is in love with Pam. He does not look into the camera and say, I am in love with Pam and I am heartbroken about her. There are looks, between them. We see them flirting, and then we see, Roy, the boyfriend from the fiance from the warehouse, show up, and Jim gets awkward, right? And that's all like, but there is something about it makes the reader lean in when you just drop those little hints. I mean, that's for anything that you're writing, dropping little hints and leaving a mystery, makes the reader lean in. But also, we don't necessarily believe the things that we are told as much as we believe the things that we intuit. Because the center of that activity is not with the writer telling the reader that this is the way things are. It is with the reader intuiting that, and that's how the reader becomes more involved in story. And so vulnerability is also a really great opportunity to do that. Hey, Russell's here. Awesome. All right, Russell, you haven't finished watching The Office? I definitely recommend it. I have watched it. It's one of my like go-to sitcoms. I watch it all the time. I think after Steve Carell leaves, I enjoy it a lot less. I didn't enjoy Will Ferrell. I don't like Will Ferrell, like in anything at all. I think maybe I liked him a little bit in Elf. Although I think Zooey Deschanel really carries that movie for me. I haven't seen it in a really long time. I just don't like Will Ferrell. So when he came in, that was really irritating. James Spader, I also found really irritating, and I wasn't a big fan of Andy as a main character, as the leader. So all of that made it difficult, but it still has incredible charm. Oh, I just realized I spoiled like everything for somebody who just said that they hadn't watched it. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why. I guess if something's that old, I don't really care about it. Yes, Russell. Roy on The Office is Skip in Angel. Yeah, I've always known that, and it kind of because I think that his work as Skip is a lot better than his work as Roy. He's not that great an actor in The Office, but I love him as Skip. I think he does an amazing job there. So I don't know what that's about. Um, James Spader, yes, was in The Office. I did not like him. A lot of people did. A lot of people did. But I didn't particularly care for that. Um, okay. All right. Sorry, I'm just glancing at what's going on. But anyway, so yeah, so I'm working on this. How much have I made? I made 7 pages of progress. I thought I was going to make a lot more. All right, so let me see. I'm on page 123, and I have 191 pages in here. But a lot of that is going to be shortened up. And also because what I'm doing is I'm taking the How Story Works podcast notes and I'm kind of using those as a basic structure and then expanding on them and moving everything around, sort of rewriting all of it. So like as a revision, it's kind of a revision, but it's also a thing. But I'm trying to keep it short. I want this book to be short. I want this to be short and concise storytelling simplified. So I'm going for that. And Russell says not worried about the spoilers. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not spoiling everything for you. But as I'm scrolling through this. Interesting to see kind of like what I've got ahead of me. And I've already done conflict structure and now I'm in character. So I really am coming up on the end. And a lot of this stuff is, after this section, I'm going into a lot of things that are probably not going to be in the final book. It's mostly, a kind of addendum sort of things, kind of general writing advice. And I don't know. I kind of want to keep this short. Kind of want to keep it short and simple. And then this is the kind of thing that, again, I could do in like a second book or whatever. But I think having a short and simple, what I would have loved when I needed this information, what I would have really loved is something short and straightforward to the point. So there's a chapter on craft and magic that I think is really important. And there are a bunch of exercises and examples I think are good. Oh, yeah. So I've got 190 pages here, but most of it is empty space and extras and ideas and stuff that I cut from one section and rewrote so it's in there twice. I think I can get this done by the 15th. I just need to cut through the faff, I think. Okay, Ken says, quick question about writing. How tightly do you outline and how much is basically stream of consciousness? Sarah says, short is good. You've only got a fortnight left. Thank you. Ken, that really comes down to like the individual process of the writer, because it basically comes down to some people are pantsers where they just go in and write a thing and then they work it out later, and some people plan ahead of time. So basically, I think that generally my advice for almost everything is know your strengths, work with your strengths, and improve on your strengths. And so if you are a pantser where you just sit down and write and then figure it out as you go, then you're gonna not plan anything out because planning shuts down your process. And if you're a plotter, you need to plan everything out first. So my answer on that is that it depends on what works best for you. And I think that one of the biggest mistakes that we make as writers, and definitely a mistake that I made in the beginning, is looking at somebody else's process and deciding that should be your process, when really your process is whatever works the best for you. And that's what that comes down to. So, all right. MG says, "What is short?" For my purposes, like when I write it, and again, like I'm writing a nonfiction book, not a novel. When I write a novel, I write short novels. Like my novels would end up like 75,000 to like 90,000 words, which is on the shorter side for novels. I like to get in, make my point, and get out. I don't mess around when I'm doing stuff. Ooh, there goes the ding. The 15-minute break is over. Jeez. Okay. I didn't think I'd be able to vamp for that whole 15 minutes, but I did. So for me, I'm looking at this, and 191 pages, like 44,000 words, something like that. And I don't think I'm even going to go all of that. But it's instructional. There'll be examples. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I really do want to keep it short. In the like 30,000 to 40,000 word range, probably. Because I want people to be able to go in, look at it, learn the basics, and then, move on to the varsity level. But the thing that's so difficult with storytelling and writing is that so many people have come in and not understood how story works. And so there's a lot of general kind of general ideas out there about how you tell a story that are basically broken. And so I am trying to unbreak them with this, no big deal. And that's how I feel about it. Some other people, might think I'm wrong. But I'm not, because I've been working on this for a really long time and I've tested it against a number of different stories, and the conclusions that I've come to, I think, are right. So anyway, I don't know what question I was answering. All right. Melissa says, I plan down to scenes. I can't function without a complete scene breakdown. Yeah, Melissa, you're a plotter. That's awesome. And that may be a good, reason why you're making such incredible progress right now, because you invested all of the time. You're moving so fast in writing because you invested all the time in thinking about it ahead of time. When I'm writing, I am pantser all the way. So I'll sit there and be like, I have no idea what I'm doing today. And I can spend 2 hours just trying to figure out what the next sentence is going to be. So, the time, I think plotters invest more time up front, and pantsers just invest more time during the drafting process. That may be why I hate drafting, because I don't like not being sure. I'm in my life, I am a plotter. I plan everything out. But in my writing, I just go with my gut, and it's exhausting, and I hate drafting. MG says, I've glanced at a lot of books on writing. None I found to be all that short in my definition anyway. I think mine will be. Like I said, Elements of Style. Elements of Style is a great book on writing. And it's short. I don't necessarily agree with everything in it, but like it's short and it's to the point. And E.G. White and Strunk, whoever Strunk was, I can't remember. E.B. White. Strunk and White. I don't know who the Strunk's name. E.B. White, the guy who wrote Charlotte's Web, was one who was also on Elements of Style. But it's a great, succinct, elegant book. And that's what I want to do with How Story Works. I want it to be succinct and elegant. And I can expand on it on my website, and I can give you more examples, and I can do more stuff with it. But what I want is to be able to give people something that is straightforward and not excessively confusing, and that tells them how story actually works so that they can build it in a way that works for them. But it is a lifelong pursuit, of I have been doing this. I've been thinking about this for 17 years and trying to figure out and testing every Hollywood formula and Save the Cat and like every structure that I come across, and then finding things that aren't working and why aren't they working, and figuring it all out and analyzing stories and doing thousands of hours of podcasts on different stories and storytelling and talking to writers and yada, yada, yada. And now I finally figured it out. Teaching it was probably the big thing. Teaching it to sophomores in college, because if anybody's going to break a theory, it's going to be a sophomore in college. Okay. Anyway, I could call the sequel Varsity Level Story. I could. Rose, will there be worksheets and activities? I think so. I think there'll probably be like a PDF, like addendum or something on the website that you can go download. But I think in the book itself, I think I may just send people to the website for stuff. The book itself, I just want to be light and easy and straightforward. And then they can extend their knowledge and learning through other avenues. But because websites are a thing, I may just have exercises and different things on the website, which means I'm going to need to write those and have those up and available by the time it's fine. Everything's fine. I can do all this while working full time. This is not a problem. It's going to be okay. Melissa says she was a pantser when she first started, and it's fun, but you never finished anything or rarely did. Yeah, I get it. All right. That was 15 minutes plus some, because whenever the thing dings, I keep going. And let's go ahead and get started on our next writing sprint. So we'll see you all in 25. Hey, y'all. Wow. I'm getting deep into the flow of the thing. And taking the break, it always hits me like, oh my God, is it 25 minutes already? It goes by really, really fast. How are you guys doing on your project? Sarah has run off. Ian and Russell are having conversations about energy drinks and being peppy in the morning versus not. I am very, very peppy in the morning. I generally jump out of bed and get started on the day. And then there is the part of the day where I didn't realize this until a couple of years ago, like the beginning of the pandemic. Ian and I were hanging out doing cubicle buddies. He was living in Colorado, and we would do this. We would do the Pomodoro technique, and we do 25s and 25 minutes on and 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off, chatting, and then we go back. And there was always a point during the day, like around 2:30 my time, when it was head and two hands. I would be going like this while I'm working. And so he kind of named that my head in two hands part of the day. And that is when the energy's gone. I've spent everything that I have to give. And then I'm just sitting there staring at the screen. And that is at about 2:30 every day. So this little run that we're doing here is slated to end at 2 today, which is before I get to my head and two hands part of the day. So everybody's got a different part of the day that works for them, and I think that the mocking of people who like to go to sleep and be in bed at like 9, and who actually enjoy getting up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, I think that is unwarranted. Some of us do our best work early in the morning, and some of us do not. And that is totally fine. But I always feel like the night owls are treated like they're so much cooler than like those of us who eat dinner at 5 and go to sleep at 9. I'm just saying. And I did that when I was young. Now I'm old. It's I now I'm falling into the old person stereotype, but I have always done this. I've always been like this. Yes, Ian was saying that his focus hits around 2 p.m. Which is very, very true. Right as I am losing all of my steam, Ian picks his up. Okay, so okay, Justin completed his review of The World Is Not Enough. Congratulations, Justin. That's awesome. Yeah, you see, it's really helpful to sit down and have this kind of thing. Somebody earlier in the chat had mentioned that this is a really great way for introverts to socialize. And I think maybe because like we're not doing a lot of, I mean, I'm doing a lot of vamping and small talk, but y'all can be here and be part of this like community experience of we're all working on stuff and not have to make small talk. Because my discovery is with many of my beloved people that small talk is a nightmare. And they really, really hate it. And the thing is, like, I'm not a big fan of small talk, but I can do it. Like, I can sit there. I will sit there. I will talk about the weather for as long as you need to feel comfortable. Hang on a second. Let me blow this out. Now I'm finding the scent of the wood smoke to be a little bit too strong. Kind of comes and it goes. But anyway, so I can like generate that like social lubricant, just like talk about whatever, and chit chat and everything. And for a lot of people, for introverts, what is worse than small talk? Like nothing. It's miserable. So being able to be part of a group without having to generate social lubricant that is essentially meaningless, right? I think maybe this is a nice experience for our introverted friends, and a way, because it's not that introverts don't like people, they like people, just that people are fucking exhausting. Now I'm an extrovert, but I'm an extrovert who also gets exhausted by people because I have this like empathy thing where like if somebody's not happy, I feel all of their pain, which then gives me this really annoying kind of thing where I like have to make everybody happy all the time. So yeah, so here we got the ding in the middle of my sharing my deep psychological weirdnesses with all of you. Um, okay, Ian finished his conclusion. Awesome. Do you want to read through the whole thing to smooth out language? Awesome. Melissa says, every morning I question the decision to choose a career that favors the mornings. You're a teacher, yes. You do better between 11 and 5, but you're forced to adjust that energy. Yeah, but the thing is, you know what? If you can adjust that energy, but it's going to drain your battery more than working like when you're working in your ideal time frame. So we all have to do that. We all have to figure that out, because sometimes a particular job will require that we do something outside of those hours. I try to make the most of those hours, and then allow my battery to recharge outside of those hours, and make that work as well as I can. But yeah, it's tough. Sometimes you don't have any choice, and you gotta do what you gotta do. But at least recognizing when your strong hours are, and not feeling like there's something wrong with you. Like I would always judge myself because I hit a wall at like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and judging myself for that would also drain my fucking energy, which by the way is at a premium. So generally, my feeling on it is just know when your strong hours are, take advantage of them as much as you can, and then cut yourself a little slack when you're not in your strong hours and you're not doing maybe your best work as that happens. Okay. Rose says, I am the designated extrovert. All right. I am. Like I'm a weird extrovert introvert combination. I don't think I'm an introvert. I am energized by people. Like I am energized by connection with people and community and all of that kind of stuff. And I can make small talk and I can do all this kind of stuff and whatever. But I understand introversion because I do get also exhausted by people, because I have this psychopathic need to make everybody happy, which is wrong because I don't control anybody else's emotional state. And trying to is exhausting. And I still do it. I can't help it. I'm talking to my therapist about it. I'm working on it is one of my things. But while I'm still working on that, yeah, I do find people exhausting, even though I also like people and like being around people and like talking to people. Um, All right, so Russell is asking a question about when writing a book is similar to writing a script for review. But I think that is not a question for me because you're talking to YouTubers. So I will let that go. And then I'm going to go ahead and get us started on another 25. I think maybe we can fit in two more today before we scoot out at 2 o'clock Eastern. So let's go ahead and get moving. Thank you all very much. I'm very excited for all the work that you're doing. It's very energizing for me to have you here with me. So thank you for keeping me company while I try to get this blasted book done. All right, here we go. Hi. How y'all doing? The dinger just dung. Um, oh my god. Yeah. 1:30. It's a little early, but I'm getting to head in two hands. I'm getting into that territory. Um, I was staring at a sentence there for a little while. I was like, oh my god. It's just been a long week. But I got one more of these in me. If you all are in, I'm in. How are y'all doing on your stuff? God, it's crazy. You know what being like so deep in that flow just does. I'm making progress. I've only done 11 pages today, but I've cut like 25 from the end, all stuff that I don't necessarily really need. Getting more of a sense of the shape of what I'm doing now, and I'm getting close to the end on this. I think this is gonna be good. But oh my god, yeah. Here's the thing: working like this for 4 hours is exhausting. It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of thought. You're deeply invested. It's a lot. So when you feel exhausted, that's okay. Oh, Ian, it's finished! Yay! Um, Melissa finished the chapter at about 6K, then decided to take a break and work on some other scenes. All right, awesome. Duncan, hello, Duncan. Welcome to the group. Made a bit of headway on the storyline of a horror short. That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. It's really valuable to be able to do all this stuff and to have that, the community of it. But but yeah, my battery's starting to drain a little bit. It really is. I mean, I think part of it too is that, oh shit, I forgot to start the 5 minute break. Here we go. I think part of it too is that for me, like I'm spending every break, like kind of vamping and being, on screen, like is a performance, and that does drain a little bit of energy. But I think that the overall benefit of having y'all here with me and everybody's going through and doing their thing is incredibly valuable. So yeah, it does. It does. I'm not really getting the breaks in between, where if I was doing this by myself, I would be playing video games during these 5 minute breaks. But I'm glad to be chatting with you guys. And like, I love hearing about the stuff that you're working on. There's something really nice to know. Like, knowing that you guys are all working on your thing, you're making progress. And I think that that's amazing. And Melissa, I'm just blown away by, 8,000 words, 6,000 words. Knowing that you're a plotter, Melissa, helps a little bit. It helps me feel like a little less inadequate next to you, because I seriously did. See, 10 pages, and how many words are in a page? But I don't really think I can measure it in words because most of the stuff is already written. I'm just kind of like rewriting it. Let me see, how many words am I getting a page? 286. So for 11 pages, about 3,000 words of editing done, right? That's not so bad. Oh my god. Writing fiction. Or writing nonfiction, anyway. It is exhausting. Hi, I just feel like I'm just sitting here talking about how tired I am. I'm not sure how interesting that is during the breaks, but yeah. Melissa says I burn out very fast and don't write for months. Yeah, it happens. It's been a really long time since I've worked on anything fictional, and now I just really want to go back to it. I've been jonesing for that writing, but finding, the time and the energy and having a day job, man, it's a lot, Um, but I don't know, like once we're done the week, okay, let me see. We're going to be doing this next week. And then the weekend after that, I'm taking off. I'm going off and visiting a friend, and I'm going to the Sheep and Wool Festival in Dutchess County. I'm very excited about that. It's actually in the town right next to the town that I grew up in. And so I'm kind of excited about going out there with a friend of mine and looking at all the sheep and the wool and the yarn and everything. So that's what I'm going to be spending that next weekend doing. But then after that, I don't know. I might come back and start doing these regularly on Saturday mornings just because, it's so easy when you're working full time, you got all this stuff to do. It's really easy to like not find the time, and you all being here uh makes me feel like accountable. It makes me feel like I got company in trying to get through all of this stuff. And when I know that I'm sitting here and you're watching me, that makes me actually dedicate myself to getting this stuff done. Whereas otherwise, I might not, as clearly as shown because I haven't touched this thing since last week when I hung out with y'all. This week, every day, 1 hour, every day, 225s. I'm going to do 225s on this thing every day this week and actually make some progress. So, anyway, um, yeah, Melissa says she can't sustain this pace for more than a few weeks, a few times a year. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, but it's kind of fun to be there. So, and Russell says, don't feel bad. I'm slowly cleaning house. Cleaning house is pretty good. I am not doing as much cleaning as I probably should. Not near enough. I got the kitchen done a little bit this morning though, so I feel a little bit better about that. Um, and yeah, yeah. So it's kind of exciting. And Ian has finished his script on redefinition, which is going to be fun. I'm excited about that because I'm also a fan of Passion of the Nerd. So whenever one of those videos happens, it's always a delight for me. So that's exciting. All right, we are down to the last 10 seconds of the last break. We are going into our last 25. Oh, MG says, "Don't you ever need to go to the bathroom?" Nah, bladder like a camel. You wouldn't believe it. All right. The dinger done dunged. So let's go ahead and go back in and finish this last 25 of the day. Thank you. All right. All right, guys, just as I ran out of gas, completely ran out of gas, hit the end of the chapter, or the character chapter, think the thing dinged. So, how are y'all doing? Sorry. When I run out of gas, I run out of gas hard. I'm telling you. Did everybody get their stuff? It looks like Ken finished a song. And says, thanks for the past 2 weeks. I got 2 songs and I haven't written in about 10 years. Awesome. Well, that's really great. And Ken and Rose are talking about doing chores and all of that kind of stuff. So, wow. Thank you. Russell says, congrats. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm getting close to this. I have to make some decisions on what I'm going to include and what I'm going to not. Because a lot of the stuff that I had in here is stuff that is much more extensive than I think I necessarily want this to be. So it's interesting. Russell says, how do you feel? I feel exhausted. I am so tired right now. And there's something, it's just like 4 hours of of doing this and writing and all of that. It's just a lot, you know? And my energy has gone, it's 2:00. I'm about a half hour away from typically where my head and 2 hands goes. Russell got dishes done. Awesome. Melissa also feeling tired, long week, but happy she got something done today. So am I. I'm really, really glad that I got this done. I'm really glad that you guys could hang out with me while we get this done. I'm going to spend time on it during the week and figure it all out. And hopefully by next week when we meet, I will be spending those 4 hours tying up loose ends and getting it to my editor. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm sorry. Look, I'm just completely fading. This is terrible. All right, I'm going to turn off the break because we're not on a break. We're done. And I think I'm just going to wrap all of this up. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming and hanging out, for keeping me accountable, for joining me in the creative pursuit, doing your own work. That's amazing. I find it very inspiring when you guys are doing all of this stuff, and it keeps me going. I may do some of these during the week. So we'll see how that goes. If I do, I will announce them on Twitter. You keep an eye on the YouTube channel. And if you feel like coming and hanging out, definitely do. We'll see if anybody wants to do these impromptu writing sprints with me, but I am definitely going to need to work on a little. I don't think another 4-hour sprint is going to finish up this book, but we're getting close. We're getting there. So everybody, thank you so much. Have a great day. Yes, Russell, Ian has to get me an energy drink. I don't drink those. I don't know. I have a cup of coffee and that's it in the day. That's usually all I need. Thank you so much. I will see you guys hopefully next week. Same time, same bat channel. And we'll see you then. All right. Take care. Bye, everybody. Now I got to sit here awkwardly while the thing stares at me. Find the window where I have the YouTube channel to shut it all down. I don't know where it is. Wait a minute. Where is it? Here it is. All right. Bye.